Hello, hello. Hello. Welcome in. We'll give it a little bit to see if anybody else decides to hop in, and then we'll get started. I know the most exciting thing that we'll do today is probably just going to be this right at the beginning, because the Spirit Mari stuff is pretty interesting. And unfortunately, a lot of Last Resort really isn't. Alright, well, today we're definitely going to do the Spirit Mari stuff. Um, we're going to try to get through Last Resort. I don't know. We'll see. I don't remember Last Resort itself taking that long. It's kind of the things that come after it that really take most of this time and headspace. Humphrey, and if you decide to do Orange Oasis, which, again, I don't think we'll really be doing that. Omori, you're here. I'm so glad you found me. Kel, Aubrey, Hero, and all the children are gone. There's a thick fog enveloping the entire forest. Everywhere except here. Maybe our friends are somewhere across the water. Let's find them together. So you're not alone? I know you really hate that. So if you run around with Mari, she'll ask you to slow down because her knee can't handle it. I think she'll like yell at you if you keep doing it. Don't make me raise my voice now. Yeah, it's just one of those things where if you are, if you're just playing the game, you don't really notice it because you pretty immediately just hop into the water usually. I think this is the something fight dialogue, fear of drowning. Technically, first confirmation that that is Mari talking, but you know, that's not exactly a difficult thing to come to understand. It's You're no longer afraid of drowning. There's nothing here. Now... Oh, strangers, strangers. I believe those strangers are Polly, which is weird. Or if those aren't Polly, there are strangers that are Polly later on, which is weird. Another one of those things about headspace that only really makes sense if you believe it's paranormal, because you can get that in the OMORI route. Of course, you can also just choose to believe that that's not really supposed to be Polly per se. It's just they took a bunch of sprites and made stranger versions of them for some other reason. But as we all know, Polly supposedly did not exist before the incident. So here's the lighthouse, which is interesting. Okay. I don't actually know what my WTF value is because I haven't gone to Orange Oasis and I haven't really been paying attention to that. But if we get to Humphrey tonight, maybe we'll see. An unmade bed. It hasn't been used in years. Give me the rating. So this is interesting. I mentioned way back at the beginning that a theory that you can have of the different places that the truth has been hidden is that the friend group has not always been located in vast forest. Um, with like for instance, if you look at the different houses in Otherworld, you could very easily draw a line between each of those houses and a member of the friend group. Um, this is another thing where you have this lighthouse here that's clearly decorated as a place that somebody lives. Um, and obviously, this is Sunny's family portrait. Um, and, there's also other houses around. One of them, of course, having Basil's grandmother as a stranger. I think you can like find something by doing this. To be honest, I don't usually flick this around all that much. There's no light here. Shattered pottery. Something stares at you from the other side of the screen. Okay, I'm pretty sure you can use those binoculars to see something, but it's fine. Is there anything else in there, though, that is interesting to talk about in any way? Dirty wardrobe. Empty inside. I mean, of course you have this right here, White Yogurt Orchid. Me too. Me too. I know from this point on, the further we get, until we get to like the very end, I am going to have quite a few criticisms. But I have those criticisms because I love OMORI. And I do think it sticks the landing, so... Oh, did you see that? There's another stranger right there. Oh, that sucks. The first time I played OMORI, I had a really good WTF value. And I accidentally saved over the save file that I made at the very beginning of the game, like right after the intro. Something stares at you from the other side of the screen. Dead batteries! Uh, Alright, I'm gonna try the lighthouse one more time. Just to make sure. Sorry, I don't remember this area all too well. It's been a while since I've actually played this part. Though I guess while I'm doing this, I can talk about something interesting, in that this is the first big difference between the OMORI route and the Sunny route. Um, in that, in the OMORI route, Mari's not here. It's Kel instead. Um, which I think is interesting. Obviously, there is a reason for it to be Mari in the Sunny route. But what has happened here that has caused. Why is this the breaking point? I guess is the question. Why is this the point in time where um, Sunny's mind is starting to give a little bit? And I think there's an easy answer to that, which is that Sunny just went through the fight at the lake. Just basically, I mean, that's really it. Is oh shoot, I'm not even. I'm not ready to do that. I might have to reload. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I don't have to reload. But um, yeah, the fight at the lake. Sunny almost drowning. It's the first time you get the prompt of do you want to see do you want to save Basil? I believe it's the first of 3 times that it gives you that prompt and asks if you want to do so. Um, it's kind of a repeat of the same thing that happened. It's reminiscent of a lot of things that happened. Aubrey pushing Basil is the same thing that Sunny did to Mari. Um, and almost drowning in the lake is really similar to that time that Sunny almost drowned in the lake. Um, you also have the fact that you cannot abandon the Sunny route. Um, that's true. He did see the curtain for the first time in a while. In fact, that's probably the first time he's been in the piano room in a hot minute, depending on who you think is cleaning the piano, I guess. Um, the and you can't abandon the Sunny route at this point in the game. If you're on it, you're on it. Of course, part of that's because Kel and Hero are now in the house. You can't just not answer the door anymore. Um, so it's just interesting. I think generally, I think the Sunny route should have allowed for more deviations from when we're talking about headspace. Um, when we're and I've obviously brought up in the past uh, the changes to Aubrey's character, where she was originally intended to get angrier after Sunny sees her in real life, and that dialogue was removed. Um, but I do think the lack of a whole lot of differences with the between the two routes does make this difference stick out more as something that's potentially more relevant. There's a boat right there, by the way, um, which is interesting because if they were living in a lighthouse, Sunny was probably still afraid of drowning, and Basil probably still couldn't swim. Um, we know in some way that these houses were ones that, in some way, belonged to um, Amori and the friend group in some version of Headspace at some point, because one of them is clearly Sunny's house, the lighthouse, in fact. So you can make extrapolations as to why there's a boat and things like that. Uh, Okay, so we're not gonna. Yeah, my WTF value is lower than 6. I think that's fair. I mean, I've made the same. I've obviously made the same point a couple times now. Unfortunately, I can't show you the WTF events of Basil Stranger appearing after you exit one of the houses, nor can I show you the Stranger of Basil's grandma, because I guess I just got unlucky, and that's the way they decided to make this game. Sorry. Um, yeah, perhaps. It's it is frustrating, and I think it's because there's this abandoned Sunny route as well that you have to take into account. That you could make the argument that Sunny's not all there until the fight at the lake, which could potentially set him back on straight. Because if Headspace starts being upheaved after Sunny goes out for the first time, then you have to deal with the fact that now you have to make a version of the OMORI route that has that. So there's basically 3 routes. There's the OMORI route, no abandonment. Uh, I don't know. I think I think that in many ways the Omori route was a mistake. In many ways, I think based on how it came out, it maybe would have been better to just put all focus into the Sunny route, um, and maybe make the Sunny route longer. I mean, even like do like some kind of other show us like a loop of headspace that's like slightly different, you know, um, and doesn't take as long, obviously. Um, I think that well, and yeah, and hi Sufi, by the way. The It does feel like something that was added afterwards, but like I've said before, the dialogue that's in the game right now is basically the Amori route dialogue, and we know that there was originally an intention for characters to change after you see them in the real world, which makes me think that the Amori route was like always planned as like a thing. Um, because why would that dialogue exist first? Um, I don't know though. I recently found out that like in an interview, um, Omocat said that Sunny's name was very last minute, and I just straight up don't believe it. Like, what did Mari's tombstone always say the sunshine brighter when she was here, or was that like something that was added? Was that something that was added when they made Sunny's name? I don't know. That has nothing to do with this conversation. Yeah, I was looking through recently. I was just going through the wiki some more, and I found some old I found not even old interviews. I think this is from the like guidebook interview. Um, there's the friend group, by the way. Uh, oh, yeah. Hello. I think this is another interesting little segment where you have these memories. These are yeah. I really like the Basil border, but we are actually going to change it because we used this last time. We are going to change it to the default so we can see how it changes after we go through Deeper Well. Um, I think you actually lose access to this border after Deeper Well as well. Um, or maybe not. I'm not sure. Um, These are also references to memory lane. Like this is the picnic memory. The picnic memory is weird, by the way. We'll probably talk about it a little bit more when we get to it. Is the picnic is the picnic memory weird? I don't know. I'm thinking that like maybe once we're done here, we'll also talk about some of the like. I'm trying to think because I do actually enjoy streaming. The problem is there's not a whole lot of games that I can stream like Omori. That I can talk at least that I can talk about. Like I can talk about Omori. Um, yeah, yeah. Lost Library. Oh, stranger. Tree stump. Um, but you know, XD Gale of Darkness just came out. Maybe I'll stream that. Oh. But yeah, these are references to memory lane. I didn't really describe them as we went through, but I kind of want to like maybe go through some stuff that's came out like after the game, maybe at some point when we finish. You know, stuff like the calendar arts, because I actually, surprisingly, I think there is some interesting stuff about the calendar arts that on its face seem like inaccuracies, but do actually add up to something pretty interesting. Looks like somebody's still out there doing some kind of yard road work. Basil's grandma's dying right now. So this is another one of those things where you start to wonder, you know, is there something more going on here? The paranormal belief that I like the least in Omori is the idea that Spirit Mari is a spirit. And unfortunately, that's like the easiest one to believe based on the evidence that you're given. I don't like it, but like there's a lot of indications that it is the case. Yo, is this freaking Undertale? So we're in Basil's room. He has some sunflowers there. Um, at this point in the game, if you are playing this game blind, you do not know why Aubrey is upset with Basil. I think that it's kind of crazy that you do get this far in the game without this being revealed, and I think the manga did reveal this earlier because it happens at the lake. Um, but Basil's clearly not here, and if this represents a memory from Sunny, um, this is like one of your first indications that this may have been Sunny that did this. It does leave room to speculate. You could also, I think it leaves a little too much room to speculate. But we will talk about this plot point a little bit more as it is discussed in the real world. But so many people walk away from OMORI with the understanding that Basil ruined the photo album. Yeah. And it's because the game, I mean, the closest the game gets to just outright telling you that it was Sonny is when Basil says, "When something ruined my photos," which I don't remember if that's during the fight or if that's before the fight, but I think it's before the fight. Which I don't know how people miss that, but other than that, you do have this moment, which you can also just interpret as Sonny discovering the photos. Yeah. And then you have you also have Sonny's reaction to when Aubrey says this is the reason that's the reason she was bullying Basil, because I'm pretty sure he like straight up backs away when she says that. Yeah, I mean, I've made like a Twitter thread about that before, which I do think is a somewhat interesting way to lay that out. But it is, but other than that, like, it really, for such an important plot point, I wish. One, I think the reason, I do think they should have probably revealed that the photo album was ruined at one point a little bit earlier. Of course, if you do the abandoned Sunny route, if you can check the photo album in your inventory, and it will he'll have scribbled it out again. Which is kind of like the reason we know that there are like some things that are happening outside of our control, which, you know, you also have like the whatchamacallit, the piano being clean, which, again, that's just something that is up for your interpretation, depending on who you believe cleans the piano. Oh, there's Kel. I don't think there's anything for us in the Endless Highway. We all have jobs now. So one could say that this is, representative of a very real anxiety that Sunny likely has. In fact, I almost wish that this plot point of all the kids having to get jobs in Headspace did not exist in the OMORI route. I think it would have been a lot cooler if... and of course you could probably make it so Hero still does that. That way you can do the Boss Man Hero because he's older. And then like the rest of you just have Aubrey and Kel who say, "Oh, we have to go get Hero." But I think this makes sense as an anxiety that Sunny would have after like realizing that the world's moving on and people are growing up. And for that reason, I do actually wish that this entire like plot point of all the kids in the playground getting jobs was a Sunny Route exclusive. as funny as it would be to cut out stuff from Headspace in the Omori route. Yeah, we'll buy some fresh milk. It's the freshest. That's another thing, is it also like goes along with all the jobs that you do in the universally loved route. But I do think the game slightly shies away from wanting you to see the universally loved route as a negative thing. Man, I'm so glad that they're done out there on the road, because I was getting such a headache. Boom, boom, boom. What is it, Omori? Aren't you happy to see your big sister? Oh, that's just Omori being Omori. You can't blame him for the way he looks. So that is a interesting little bit of dialogue. Because presumably this is not the same version of Mari that we just left. And so what does it mean that she notices that Omori is looking at her differently? Is this Sunny having a slight facial... We know that Sunny in general doesn't express his emotions in a way that everybody always notices, but it makes sense that Mari would be able to tell either way. So is it like... Is this the first... I guess the question is this the first indication of Omori as an independent force? Or is this Sunny having a reaction to what just happened with Mari? Which I think both are very valid reads. I think Omori as an individual character... I think treating Omori as his own character is something that can be somewhat problematic in trying to expand upon. Obviously, Omori does things independent of Sunny, because we have several cutscenes of him doing it pre-canon. But the degree to within what we see here that they are separate is a question. Of course, Mari has to remind Kel that they're trying to find Basil. And I believe the Basil side quest dialogue has updated either right now or after we get the rest of the party together. Yeah, you know him better than we do, Omori. So that is, I believe, the first time it's ever said in Headspace that Sunny / Omori would know better than anyone else where Basil would be. It's also another indication that wherever Basil is, it's also a somewhat of an indication that wherever Basil is, Omori is responsible for it, which, pretty true. Can I get a true? What a good freaking joke. Are you from the city too? You look like a couple of city kids. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing. To a guy like me, that's a crazy thing for that guy to say. We are probably not going to do the Ghost Party quest line. But maybe I'll just look up where all the ghosts are again, and then we'll go and get all of them. I think I know where all of them are now that I think about it. It's just... I'm like anxious to get to what I find to be the next interesting thing to talk about. Me when I see a table with two chairs next to it. Is that a sunflower reference? Also, is that supposed to be a strawberry? Because like that's like double sunflower reference right there, or basil reference rather. Alright, yeah, let's get a little move on. I freaking love The Last Resort. So I kind of just don't want to spend too much time here, because I know that this Night of Headspace is pretty long. And we defeated all those rare bears, so I feel like we should be good experience-wise. They really didn't. Is Space Boy's dad here yet, or is that only in the OMORI route after you do his stuff? Gotcha. Alright, which tape we watching, fellas? Put your votes in the chat. Omori or Basil? That's true. Unfortunately, Suvi, it appears you've been outvoted. Also, I think I usually go with Basil, so I think I should do Omori. Then it would be tied, and then it'd be a whole thing. So this is clearly post Mari's death. We know that... I think it would have been after... I'm thinking maybe after he locked Basil out. Because there's the whole thing because the piano says Omori on it, and I think that makes sense as like a thing. When I first got into Omori, when I was like first looking at other people's like interpretations and reviews and like playthroughs, there was like a significant number of people that said that Gator Guy was intended to be gay because they're interpreting Gator Guy to be talking to like Omori here, which is clearly not what's going on. He's talking to himself in the mirror. Yeah, I've seen that in the past. Oh, yeah, there's Space Boy's dad. Yeah, that Gator Guy cannot hold a candle to the dancing mole. This joint just ain't out like these folks just ain't cut out like these folks are making it out to be. I want my clams back. Space Boy's dad is a bird. Like I said, the way Space Boy's sprite, yeah, pink beard, the way his sprite looks in the in his whatchamacallit, and when he's in the bed is supposed to make you think that he's a bird like his crew is, and then the blanket comes off and it's actually like a crown that he's wearing. Mari wears perfume confirmed. With the recent Switch 2 update, you can play Omori in mobile mode at 1080p with 60 frames per second. I was thinking about doing like a Twitter thread where I rank all of the merchandise ads that have like just used sunflower as a way to sell stuff, because I think it'd be funny. I was thinking about this while looking at the physical version of the game with the like sticker it came with the tag photo. Which I think is a very funny thing to include, especially since the Xbox and PS4 versions had the other tag photo. fish taco in the microwave. It's a poetry book. One of these lockers has something in it, I'm pretty sure. It's fruit juice, question mark. When did Sunny drink fruit juice, question mark? Did he drink his sorrows away? There it is. Employee of the month. Wow. We don't get the hero picture with the dates on it in the Sunny route, I don't think. Wow. I think Sunny's admiration for Hero is very cool. A smoke stick. Hey, wanna buy some smoke sticks? It's Daisy. She's painting a flower on the wall. Bangs is a bed tester. Which is a very Sunny core thing to be. This is all natural. Simply apply as directed. Check out these before and after photos. That feels great on my abs. Stop using products that don't work. I love my new life. Yes, I like that they do stuff. Scissors never fails. Okay. Okay. Listen here, Buster. Absolutely. I think it's intentional. Though there is a, there's also another photo hidden in the bottom right and top left under the photo album, so. A tie. So does he... Is this guy always going to pick rock? If he always picks rocks, that's a Kel reference. Yeah. That's a Kel reference. Right? He always picks rock? Yeah. There's a better way. I always come back. Five Nights at Freddy's. Straight up? Ah, yes. Yeah, there's some interesting things going on here in the last resort. I know we can go to the 5th floor now, but I do kind of want to... Honestly, I don't mind this place at all. I can't let you do that, Star Fox. It's him! It's him! Oh my god, it's him! This implies that you can tell that a sprout mole is a sprout mole based on how they sound. I bet they sound dumb. All the gator guys are, oh, siblings. Engineering is like a puzzle. Crazy thing for Sunny to imagine Mari saying. Wow. This is like better to do. So I'm pretty sure the top of this area is the Weeping Willow joke. Is it the one in the highway? Yeah, I don't remember. regardless, we should probably hold off on doing this area until we have the party back. That's right. Yeah, it's a way to get back to Vast Forest, and then you can actually water the flowers. You can't cross the water? That's crazy. I can swim. I did a whole arc about that. For the extra hard nights. You can't do this until you have the party. Me when I use my cool key card. Lord Jawsome. Sunny spending years of his life coming up with the Jawsome family tree. We got a tofu fundraiser to prepare for tonight. I do think it's funny to imagine Kel and Kim being closer friends, like before the incident, like. Because I don't really imagine that Kim and Aubrey were all that close before everything happened. Of course, Kel's here because somebody needs to actually talk to people. The tofu fundraiser's really interesting. I think I've had some, I've posted about the tofu fundraiser in the past. The idea... So the only place you can find tofu in the real world is in Basil's fridge, unless it also appears in other people's fridges. But I think they probably should have left in the line about tofu being Basil's favorite. I already have the bottled water. I don't exactly remember what I said about the tofu fundraiser in the past. It's clearly related. It's just another Basil thing. Get the freaking Q key. Doesn't matter. Q key doesn't matter. Not in this route, at least. I don't like Shampoo. I don't like him. It's her, Aubrey Omori. Snap out of it, Aubrey. This isn't who you are. This is like another thing where this is easily something where the dialogue could have differed between the real world, between the Sunny route and the Omori route, and I don't think it does. I just like that despite what like the friend group thinks, the headspace just revolves around Basil to such an insane degree that they don't understand why people would like tofu, and yet there's like a whole species of creature that exists off of it. We do have to find Basil. For real, for real. We signed contracts, remember? That's what I'm saying. Who is this freaking guy? These characters really don't act the age that we are told they're supposed to represent. Because why is a middle schooler doing their planners in crayon? Maybe that's just me. Time is not passing. On closer inspection, time simply is not passing. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily a thing about Sunny's mental state, though. I think the friend group in general is kind of infantilized, even in the actual memories that we see. I was playing Halo in 7th grade. No, I wasn't supposed to, but like everybody I knew was. Red Dead Redemption, all that. Is peak. You do get some nice Kelbury scenes in the once Aubrey rejoins the group as well in the real world. I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see it when we watch the memories again. For me personally, they feel young. Like, they feel like even the real world versions act younger than they are supposed to be. That's what I'm saying, Suvi. I made that tweet a while back. I don't want the manga to canonize Sunflower because I don't like the manga that much. And that's true. I stand by that. If the manga canonized Sunflower, it would become something that I have to actually like, that people would want to talk about, and that would not... I don't think the manga is like a high enough quality for me to want to have to deal with the fallout of something like that. There was those OMOCAT bonus comics at the end of one of the last volume, which it goes back to what I'm saying about OMOCAT using Sunflower to sell stuff. It's that like 4-panel comic where one of the panels says, for some reason, in every single one of Basil's photos, Sunny is visible. Oh shoot, am I able to... Yeah. Aren't they releasing the manga volumes in English finally? I think the constant hiatuses are kind of crazy as well. I saw I saw a picture from a bookstore where it where they were like put up with some like other where they were put up next to like queer manga, and I thought that was so funny. Yeah, that one. Also, Jalsam's suit kind of matches Hiro's pajamas. Isn't this the part of the manga where the Gator guy? Don't the Gator guys have like real guns? banger alert. Did you? Where is that playing? It's touring. I'll have to check it out. Honestly, so I played Undertale the year before the summer before I started college. And it I don't know, it really didn't. Obviously, I recognized it. I guess it's just been like a fact of my life that Undertale has been around since 2016, but it's not something that I ever like obsessed over. But I've always listened to the soundtrack. I have played Deltarune. Right now, I am at like right before the final boss of Chapter 4. I've not gone back to do that. I don't know, maybe Undertale did have a greater impact on me than I'm remembering, because that was a long time ago is the thing. I think maybe I wasn't ready for it, though. Like, I was, like, such a... Gosh, I was... Like... I was such an inherently different person for a long time. I gotta... Because that summer before I left for college, that was also the same summer that, like, I was like, I think that's when I played the Normal Boots dating simulator. Like, that was the level I was on in 2016. Oh, I really... Yeah, I really wanted to get those jackets that they were selling for the longest time. I did the, I did the screw attack route where you joined the other club. It's not as long. And at the time, my favorite member of Normal Boots was actually Continue, which was the trio of those three guys. Which they're still going these days. But they don't get as many views. I used to think they were so cool because they did like short films, and that's what I was going to college for at the time. It's true. Like, everybody was organized in the in those like big groups, like Maker Studios. I don't remember what they were called. But you had like Polaris, which used to be the game station. Yeah, MCMs. You have Maker, you have Machinima. Yeah, well, something changed in YouTube. Dude, there's a like crazy YouTube lore. They changed the there was like a year straight where the Yogscast was always on the front page and they became huge. And then YouTube changed the algorithm specifically to exclude the Yogscast. Which like that's like kind of like why you stop hearing about them. Or not just the Yogscast. It wasn't like an anti-Yogscast thing. It was like, I think it was like they didn't want Minecraft to be like what, like, was YouTube, and it had like basically taken over things. You don't like the Yogscast? There's a lot of shitty members of the Yogscast. I think there's some cool members of the Yogscast, but like most of the ones that like you would see are not that cool. Oh yeah. There's like there are definitely some shitty Yogscast people, as there are with any big YouTube group. Man, 2016, the year it all went wrong.
What do you mean we're running low on henchmen? That's impossible. That's impossible.
2019 Minecraft was so different than 2016 Minecraft. It's kind of crazy. The rise of the Dream SMP, as it were. Whoa. Welcome to the party, Major Tom. Your fans want to see you. He's a baby. Shoot. Could we perhaps drink a smoothie to this endeavor? Yeah, 2019 Minecraft was all about Call Me Carson, Filza, and PewDiePie, which was very different from 2016 Minecraft, which was all about Rooster Teeth, the Yogscast, and PewDiePie. Yeah, I am, kind of on autopilot right now, and I think I need to get off of autopilot a little bit. Are you guys gonna collab, Major Tom? He just lightly bit my toe. What's up with you? He lightly bit my toe and then ran away. Oh. Nothing personal, kid. Goodbye, Suvi. Pro. No. I like Pluto. I don't have much. Again, there's a lot of stuff that I like that I just don't have much to say about, unfortunately. He's a fun guy to stab. What can I say? I think we counter here so that we don't get. He did it. He unlocked the autism stare. Even after kidnapping all my friends and tricking us into signing an ambiguous contract, I sometimes still thought of you as a pretty decent guy. I thought he was the son I never had. I know you'll do some great things out there. You see, Sunny's dad was really strict, but Kel and Hiro's dad does not seem that strict. At least, and especially to the point, not to the point that Basil would mention it in the photo album. Wow. I mean, Hiro and Kel's dad are kind of like, is like kind of the, as good as it gets in Omori. At least among the main six. Hi, I'm Mira. I'm new here. I like that that's all she says. Maybe she has more in the Omori route. Alright, let's get a little move on here. We got places to be. It's 8:12. I got time. Let's go to the freaking construction zone real quick. Grain juice. It's not for kids. Wah, wah. It's him, Van. Hey, wanna buy some smoke sticks? For the extra hard nights. Predicting fall of Empire. Me too, buddy. Me too. I think all of the wine glasses with the for extra hard nights is very funny because it's just like, you alright, Sonny? Awesome. Suvi was right. Hashtag Suvi was right. Make it trending. Obviously, I think Last Resort is based off of, like, the blackjack game that Sunny has, but also they just, like, played cards a lot in the treehouse, and with the way Last Resort is situated, there are connections between it and the treehouse at the end of the day. I don't know that there's actual dialogue for this picnic, because this is the one... Yeah, there's no dialogue for this picnic because you have to come back during the OMORI route once Basil's there to get the... because Basil has dialogue during that. Oh yeah, I better, lest we forget... I mean, I think the ball pit probably is just a DashCon reference, is the thing. Oh, this is an interesting little thing that happens. That we were, all of us, falling down an endless black hole. And the next thing I know, I'm signing my life away, not my wife. My wife. Does Basil seem like the kind of person who would enjoy things like this? I don't know. Basil really seems to enjoy gambling, well, winning at cards with his friends. But Headspace Basil has just been woobified, so... That looks nothing like Basil. Basil's hair is more like this. He loves gambling. He puts everything on the line. Didn't you see? That's kind of like the whole problem. He's going all in at all times. Another thing, didn't OMORI draw this in the manga? I haven't, like, read the manga, but I've, like, seen Twitter screenshots. And I seem to remember that this drawing was drawn by OMORI in the manga, rather than by Kel and Aubrey. So this is a very... So this does have a passing resemblance to Basil's angel costume that he wears in the Halloween arts that they've released over the years. Which of course never made it into the game because Halloween doesn't end up happening. However, at least within the confines of the game. But there were older versions of the, like, old concept arts of, like, the photo album images that did have a Halloween picture. I don't remember if Basil is in that image, though. But, like, you can see the wings and the, and the, like, dress, for lack of a better term. I know Aubrey said she was fixing the hair, but that's not really what it looks like to me. got a pool noodle. Kel sucks at small talk. Really? Where were you reading the manga? Some random website, I see. I can't small talk at all. So Kel can't small... It says that Kel can't small talk. Yeah, I get that. But in the real world, whenever you work, Kel talks about... Kel's clearly beat that part out of him. Out of himself. Or it's something that Sunny's just wrong about. Whichever way you want to interpret that. I think it's probably just a way that Kel's changed over the years without being in the friend group. But, like, you have the thing about him just sitting there and talking to random people whenever you go to work. And also, there's just, like, several characters that, you know, like Jock, who recognize him. Boring. Next. Have fun. Lest we forget. It's completely useless. Can you use the pool noodle for something? Sweetheart bust. Less effective than a microwave. No, I think we want to keep this as it is. Didn't we get a thing? Was it a charm? Trade heart and juice for other stats. I wonder... Yeah, punching bag, there it is. Okay. It has a picture of Kel on it. Wearer starts angry in battle. Interesting. Clems. Yes. The beach ball. Oh, yes. infinite clams. I feel like there's something that I'm forgetting about this area, and I'm wondering if it is WTF value related. Maybe... Whatever. Whatever it is, it's probably not important. Okay. I must water the flowers. Here's something we can talk about. I think that this is kind of a silly mechanic as far as getting the secret ending is concerned. Like, in the most charitable interpretation here is that it's the player proving... In my interpretation, is that the secret ending of Sunny and Basil smiling at each other after the credits that you get from watering the flowers all 3 nights. I think the best interpretation of this is that that happens anyway, and that by choosing to water Basil's flowers in Headspace, that's kind of you as the player deciding that you are okay with Basil. Just because I think it's kind of silly that that ending is tied behind a Headspace task. You know, if it was more of a how Sunny feels type of situation, I'd want it to be more tied to doing maybe a similar to this task in the real world. But, I mean, you know, there's gameplay to it, I guess. And you do have to go out of your way to be able to do it in comparison to most of the stuff in the real world that everybody usually 100%'s anyway. That was Stranger from OMORI, the hit indie game. Alright, we shall continue. A suitor. Is there a way to get my clams back, by the way? I totally forgot that. I don't know how that works. I know that there's a way, like, you can find them again, I'm pretty sure. Kill him at his hideout. I'm sure I'll find it. Yeah, I think I remember that area now. Muscles. Clever. We don't want to use our... I don't remember this being a particularly difficult fight. We did it. Sorry, I have not been keeping up on the skills that I've been unlocking. Mainly because it's straight up, not... Ooh, I do like that, though. We love staring. We love hitting people with the autism stare. Interesting. I think I'm gonna try to not spend too much time here. ABED, the Better Exhaustion Destroyer. Oh, we can grind EXP there. Because now that I have my money back, we can just, like, go back. But I do think Suvi's right. At the top of this area is the joke that we need. I'm pretty sure that's the one. I don't know. Maybe I'm a fake OMORI fan. You ever think about that? Maybe I'm a phony. I don't understand anything about this freaking game. I'm not even playing it right now. I'm just holding a controller and showing, like, a video that I got somebody else to make. Oh, it's Snaily. We better go say hi to Snaily. Friends, it's good to see you. Lovely weather, isn't it? Oh wow, that used a lot of juice. Did you guys see that? He did 143 damage to that shark fin. It's Goyle! Oh my goodness, it's Goyle the crab! Alright, I don't wanna... Sorry, I feel like I'm lollygagging a bit. I don't know what I'm really looking for here. could just go back and go the normal way and skip all this. But where's the fun in that? I probably do need the levels anyway. Yeah, it's just like, this really is where the game drags a bit. Like, there's all this stuff down here. We're not fighting the Squizzards, unfortunately. There's just like, there's too much. There's too much. Too much. Like, I think I'd feel better about Humphrey if it was, like, right after Last Resort. Like, you just went straight to it. Because, like, all of this stuff is just, like, so... bleh. I think Humphrey could have been an OMORI route exclusive. I don't think it should have been. I don't think it would have been. I don't think it has to be optional necessarily. I think it's fine as a required dungeon if you're playing the OMORI route. But I think there's some stuff in Humphrey that's supposed to be considered important, as far as like some of the thematics are concerned. But yeah. That's neither here nor there. Generally, I actually think Humphrey's a pretty interesting area. There's some neat stuff in there, and I think I'll get to talk about smoothies one last time. Am I the bad guy? No. That surely is Snaily. Yeah, it be how it be. It's a fish bunny. I don't know what the follow-ups do anymore. Ah, it maxes out OMORI's happiness. Interesting. Or increases happiness by 2. My eye is like killing me right now. Maybe I should go grab some eye drops. No. We must finish this. I don't actually remember Humphrey all that well. It's been a hot minute. Because last time I played OMORI, I don't think I actually ended up getting this far. Like, because last time I played it I was trying to get through the OMORI route to do the exclusive content. Yeah, 2 days left, last resort. Our greatest weakness lies in giving up. Interesting. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. What do you mean by that? 1414. I can has cheeseburger. They freaking killed Aubrey. Oh, no, I didn't want to attack again. Oh, whatever. Aubrey has gotta stop dying. We did it. Bop, 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 bop. Whatever you do, don't look down. The bridge wasn't there until recently. Who knows what's on the other side? I think we do this for another hour or so, and then I think I can probably... No, I already made that mistake once. We'll just play it by ear. I'll probably play again on Saturday after I get off work, and we'll just see how far I can make it. I bet Basil would have really liked it here. He would have really liked it, right, guys? Hey, I have a serious question. Do any of you remember what Basil looks like? Basil loves taking care of flowers and taking photos of his friends. He's warm, calm, and gentle, and even when he's upset, he'll always manage a smile. The rest is starting to get a little fuzzy. It's like I still miss him, but it's kind of hard to remember why. Even if our memories aren't as strong as they used to be, we still have to save him. Basil's our friend. More importantly, he needs our help. From Sunny's perspective, Hero, Aubrey, and Kel can't save Basil in his current situation. And he's right, because they don't know the truth, and so they can't free Basil from this burden. And it is a burden. I know, a lot of people say, he did it to himself. He's the one who came up with the idea, which he did. But gotta remember, 12-year-old kid did watch Mari die in front of him. That's just a thing that happened. Stop being weird. Your memories are not free. To gain a memory, another must be shrouded. And yet, all memories will eventually fade. The true OMORI analysis has logged on. The Curse of Deeper Well. To gain... I never quite got this whole thing where you have to exchange memories in Deeper Well. Empty kind of looks like Aubrey in the real world. With time, what is important will change. You must choose what you will keep and what you will cast away. Not everyone has that choice. Now this is yeah, so this is means a lot more to me in the context of OMORI's story. Because there are people who didn't get to choose, giving and taking and sacrificing and all that. Is this the actual route that I'm on right now? Because, I'm not ready. Yeah, it's not. Okay. Your limits are what define you. What makes you human. But the memory thing, because what's going on here is that the deeper they go, the more we're led to believe that they're forgetting Basil, which maybe extends to Sunny right now. He's straight up just forgetting Basil, but I don't know. That doesn't really make sense to me as a plot point. I think this whole thing about the memories is kind of cope, Because, like, if Sunny remembers the truth but forgets Basil, it gives him the ability to be, to lock it all away again. Because Basil's like the big hiccup there. When trouble shows itself, there's always the choice to run. But one day, you may very well find yourself running alone. Yeah? Is this the branch coral place? The sun shined brighter when she was here. Is this the branch coral? I don't think... No, I don't know. There's hands on the wall. Yeah, it is? Okay. A long time has passed since you have ventured this far. Deeper layers of this world open up as the dreamer grows more desperate. Even imagination is limited. You have questions that I can answer, answers that you have forgotten. I will lay them out for you. If you're curious, you will choose. You would like to know more about your lost friend? The friend you have lost is not in this world. The day he was removed, he was reborn elsewhere. He is special to you. A string of fate ties you two together. The line that launched 1,000 ships, or one ship rather. A string of fate ties you two together. It's been memed on quite a bit that the red string of fate is usually used in a romantic context. Of course, this string of fate isn't red. Yeah, the line that launched 1,000 shippers. That's right. It's just it is an interesting line within the context of the game. It is it is correct. Sort of. Yeah, so the string is, a jump rope. There's the red hand stuff. There's the Sunny Basil does not have control over what happens to him in the game, largely at least. The way his story ends depends entirely on Sunny. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a double meaning type thing. I think there's a lot of stuff that people think has to mean one thing or the other. Because the fact of the matter is, OmoCat made a t-shirt that connects Hiro and Mari with a red string of fate. So it's not like she was ignorant of the terminology that she was using here. There are multiple things that this can and does mean, in my opinion. Of course, I've often wondered if the game is attempting to use sunflower as a red herring, almost, but that doesn't change the fact that it's here. When it's trying to get you to think about what the truth actually is. With stuff like this, but that doesn't change the fact that stuff like this is here. I'll never forget, I saw someone, it was like a Tumblr post where somebody was like, yeah, well, the first time I played Omori, I thought the truth was that it was like a gay thing, and that's why Sunny locked himself away or whatever. Which is funny. I haven't seen many people take that interpretation as they play it. Anywho, this is a very interesting line. If you believe it in the context of Sunflower, It's one of the biggest things, right? Like, it's very in your face about it. And again, it's just like it's a very romantic way to say that. He cannot leave that place alone. To retrieve him, you will have to remove yourself as well. Like deeper well. In a way that is natural for this world. For headspace. The journey is nearing its end. You already know what you have to do, dreamer. Before this world was created, there existed three great creatures, the oldest, the wisest, and the favorite. The oldest is alive, but not the same as he once was. Age has removed his conscience, and he has evolved into a parasite within himself. He lives there, just beyond this cavern. That's a reference to Sonny Omori. The wisest, against her reason, committed an act that opposed the dreamer's will. It is an act that is not even known to me. As a result, she was stripped of her wisdom and banished to isolation, a special prison somewhere deep, deep down. The last and favorite, the big yellow cat, was chosen to watch over the dreamer's most precious room. He remains the dreamer's favorite even to this day, watching diligently, waiting for something to happen. Big yellow cat. So the wisest, the oldest, the favorite. I think that stuff is interesting. It kind of gets into Headspace lore, like, because there's like two things going on in Headspace, right? There's like the stuff that refers to the real world and has real world influences and consequences and stuff like that. And then there's like the Headspace lore, where it's like trying to talk about how Headspace came about. And these three are part of that. And unfortunately, that stuff really just doesn't interest me. The big yellow cat, obviously, there's one in the playground. There's one on the calendar in the treehouse. To be in white space is to be nothing. White space is emptiness, a home without warmth, a place to survive, but not to live. Even still, your conscience cannot be erased. Even still, your conscience cannot be erased. It will always find a way in. Even in white space, it will take the form, and if one wills it, something will be formed to subdue it. A hanging black light bulb. The repression of an idea. Yes. Perhaps it is time to admit that you are human, dreamer. You have listened well. I have granted you knowledge, but now that I can also grant you know that I can also grant you power here. There is a challenge that will aid you greatly in this world. It is simple without thought, and if you succeed, I will be gone as well. I offer you this sacrifice. Will you take this opportunity? So, this moment is bizarre. Now, I ultimately think it doesn't change anything whether you take it or not, right? Like, it makes OMORI stronger, right? It's like too deep in the metaphor that it's difficult to... Because Branch Coral seems to be like more of like a stranger figure. Somebody who is trying to guide Sunny to the truth. So you would think that Branch Coral's sacrifice would help Sunny. But from my understanding, if anything, doing this makes the last fight, or it would have made the last fight harder, because there was a point in time, I don't know. I don't remember the details on that, because it's been so long since I've looked into it. But we'll do it so that everybody can see it. Here we have apple. A red juicy apple hangs from the tree. So, I mean, you could get biblical with this. I've gotten biblical with it in the past. I think there is a interpretation of Omori that has Basil as a Christ-like figure, so to speak. Um, this scene, yeah, Crown of Thorns, the whole 3 days, 3 nights thing. You know, I can take your place. Literally suffering for Sonny's sins. Yeah, there's the Church of Something. It's I made a whole. Somebody sent me an ask about this ages ago, and if you're interested, I did a whole thing about, you have the snow angels as well, about like this kind of interpretation of Omori. Um, yeah, this of course, tree of knowledge, fruit of knowledge. So the soundtrack I believe is called Numbers. Also, this is that's the lake scene, um, which doesn't exist in the Amori route. But I just don't. I think the fact that I don't know. I don't know what that. I almost wish it gave you something else, right? Like, I feel like that something like that shouldn't have a headspace implication. It should almost have like it should almost give you something that like can help unlock more in black space. Um, I don't know. I think that scene's a little weird, and I think that the thematics of the branch coral's sacrifice doesn't quite hit. I know I missed some stuff. I don't think I'm interested in going back to check it. I don't know that there's anything interesting there. So I think we're just going to continue on to Humphrey and try to get as far through Humphrey as we can. But hey, String of Fate, that's a thing, right? String of Fate, Sunny Basil kissing, that's kind of crazy. An unhallowed burden has been placed upon you. You have the power to change the future. What will you do, dreamer? What will you do? Purple hand guy. Under the green branch. What's funny, the funny thing is... Oh, yeah, I know this guy. Hollow. The last time you fell into deep water, were you truly saved, or were you cursed? Were you cursed? the last time Sunny fell into deep water. So there are several interpretations of this line. Technically speaking, the last time Sunny fell into deep water was the lake fight, not the incident. And as I've said, that's like the breaking point. Jumping and falling are a bit different, arguably. Yes. The problem is, how does the lake incident... I mean, the lake incident is undoubtedly important. I've spoken so much about this. But how does it curse him? I mean, obviously the fears, but Sunny had the fears... I mean, at least fear of spiders beforehand. The thing that's really cursing Sunny here is... I mean, again, this is up for interpretation. The thing that's really cursing Sunny here is the fact that he went in is the lake fight, because now he has to make a decision about that. Do you want to save Basil? And you're gonna be asked that. You got asked that once, and you're gonna be asked that 2 more times. And it's just it's a thing that I think Sunny does have to, that Sunny is subconsciously asking himself, because I do think that actually seeing Basil, I mean, obviously seeing all his friends, but like seeing Basil and what's happened to him over the past 4 years, and the fact that he's about to move, has really made it so Sunny is subconsciously asking this question of, it's do or die now. You get implications of that throughout the later portions of Headspace. Is just like, all right, it's really coming down to the wire right now, especially with Black Space. That's also true. You could say that is also true. But that wouldn't really be him being cursed. That would be his friends being cursed, right? You could I mean... There's like maybe the argument that Sunny being burdened with those fears kind of cursed him as somebody who feels he needs to be cared for and saved, as he plays into that perspective that of the baby of the group. But I think Sunny already kind of had that before the lake incident. I mean, I think that's why it happened anyway, because he was expecting the Kel and Hero to save him. And plus, I think this happened pretty late in the, I think this happened pretty late in the photo album to be that as like an origin of that personality trait. I think that's something Sunny always had. Welcome to my lair. all forward, isn't it? Gross. So funnily enough, I haven't like talked about streaming at all on my Tumblr, which is kind of crazy because that's where I was the most active for the longest time. I tried to make a post on Tumblr the other day talking about this, and it didn't let me post. It kept failing. And I heard apparently there was a big update on Tumblr, and I wonder if that like messed up with my app. I was never big on Tumblr, to be clear. Like I wasn't like I didn't grow up on Tumblr, I should say. It's just at the time that felt like where it would make the most sense to post about that, kind of about OMORI and my interpretation of it without getting jumped. Plus, you know, talking about stuff on Twitter is like so hard with the character limit. Ain't nothing but a chicken wing. I am pretty quick on the mute. I actually don't block people generally because I kind of don't want to give people that like satisfaction. But I am very quick on the mute, and anytime I talk about Sunflower, especially early on, there would constantly be big, people who would be like, "Oh, can't guys just be friends anymore?" And I'm like, "Are you like reading what I'm saying? I feel like I'm making some pretty good points here." Yeah, I think much of OMORI's fandom skews a bit young for the subject matter. For better or for worse, nothing can really be done about it. But I do think that comes to for worst quite a bit. That's true. I do that all the time, actually. It's a hobby of mine. So the only VOD that is still lost media is the one from last Tuesday, which was Firefly Forest, and the Strawberry Cake one. Which I don't think actually... I mean, I guess that had the Daddy Longleg stuff. But I think the problem with posting them is that a whole lot of the experience here is kind of me interacting with chat, and I did not like put chat here. in the thing, so that's kind of a moot point. Yeah, I don't have the chat on screen, which might make it confusing while I'm talking about certain things. I don't know. I'll probably still post them, though. I think it'll be good to have them. It just makes me a little... I know that... I don't think there's much that I talked about during Firefly Forest that I didn't touch on again during the very next stream. But still, I wish that I would have saved that one. It leaves a sour taste in my mouth. That's true. I could add it right now, in fact. Like, well, actually, can I add it right now? I guess I've never... I'm assuming that there's a button that says add chat to screen, but I don't actually know that for a fact. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. But yeah, I'll see about adding it for the next one. I can has cheeseburger. Debate, is Basil a vegetarian? Or does he just like tofu? In Headspace, in the Omori route, he does eat a cheeseburger. But this could potentially just be a Headspace-ism that Sunny did to him. I've thought about doing like a really high-effort video about like a queer interpretation of Omori. I have some friends out in LA who are very talented filmographers and editors from my college days. And I think it'd be cool if I could like maybe hire them to assist with something like that. Maybe when I'm out in LA at some point, because I do plan on moving out at some point. I just wouldn't. I don't want to like. It's something like that. I'd want to put a lot of effort into. Because Omori is important to me, and if I'm like sharing something like that, it would need to be high effort. I guess I can't pass here right now. Look at all these cool plants here. Basil. Basil? That's the name of this plant here. That's what I'm saying. I'm like talking about like filming on location or some shit. It's him, Basil. Yeah. I guess that's the only thing to throw balls at. I will say, the thing about a big undertaking like that, and honestly, the way I've been feeling about this in some cases is, you know, writing a script as long as that, even though I guess a lot of the work's already done because I've already written the analysis, is like, I should probably be working on Sinesk. I think these streams work as something I do after work because I am not in the best headspace to actually write after I get off work, which is unfortunate because I have to work most of my life. It's a globe. I think we want to keep beach ball. I think I would also be worried that a lot of my analysis would not translate well to video form, and that it would come out like, what's this guy yapping about type of deal. Like, I think the thing is, one of my favorite analysis is smoothie theory. That's true. But I think when I actually, like, I think actually trying to talk to someone about smoothie theory, I sound like the most insane person who's ever existed. Am I missing something right now? The memory that I'm trading for the truth right now is I'm trading my memory of the layout of this area of the map. What if I did make that video, but I did it in the form of, like, a 2016 normal boot style, like, thing. I have, like, a mascot, like JonTron has the parrot. Had the parrot. I don't think JonTron's still a thing. I think he got himself eliminated from the internet. An evil twin persona, yes. I have, like, beef with my pancake bunny, and its eyes glow red when it talks. Now it's my other eye. It must be my allergies. Yeah. They're out for a swim. I can't help myself. I must engage with the game. I need to become Omori. That being said, I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Ah, yes. Okay. Stupid. I didn't trigger the freaking event. What if we did a bit where there's that tweet that people have been sharing. There's been this recent discourse about like watching playthroughs instead of playing a game for yourself. And there's that tweet that always gets like passed around where it's like it was contempt for the medium all along, which I think is such a vague thing to say. But I think it would be so funny, like, whenever somebody, like, complains about, like, the pacing of Humphrey, which is something that, like, everybody, like, even OmoCat generally thinks is a problem. But just, like, posting that in response is, like, a rage bait. I'm gonna become Humphrey's biggest defender. Last resort, like the place. Melon smoothie. Like basil. Oh. This is like when you're running away from Undyne and Undertale, except even better. It's Big Molio. I'll save you, Big Molio. We've been blessed with good fortune by Big Molio. It's game. Match 3 guys for a prize. Yeah, okay. No. Oh. the onion ring. I'm trying to relax, but I can't stop thinking about this really interesting book I read about air conditioning the other day. I'm reading a book about air conditioning. You know what I'm just crazy about? Air conditioning. That was great. Do you think the book that Basil lent Sunny was about air conditioning? I think you have to do this multiple times. I was definitely the type of kid growing up where I could find, like, anything interesting to read. And I would just read, like, you know, any kind of booklet that would come with a video game, anything that I could get my hands on, really. And so, I don't know if Basil would recommend Sunny read a book about air conditioning. I could absolutely recommend that. I could absolutely see that Sunny might do so on his own. I know the popular headcanon for the book that Basil recommended Sunny read was the Portrait of Dorian Gray, which is somewhat obvious. The funny thing about that connection is that's funny. But I don't... Something that I've been wondering about, because the stuff about Dorian Gray that you can find in the demo build of OMORI was clearly put in there by Archaea, who is a sunflower shipper, or at least, you know, that is what she has said in the past, or they have said in the past. I guess I don't know much about Archaea. So I've always wondered if the Dorian Gray connection is something that OmoCat intended with Basil. or if that was a connection decided by others. Your ambiguous agenda, you say. Maybe we will do some OMORI route stuff, because now that I think about it, I have Humphrey Bridges. I do have the, that first save file that I have saved there. Humphrey Elevators. That first save file that I have on my Switch is a OMORI route save file that's at Last Resort right now. It's, like, really close to, like, the end of Dead Space. I mean, I guess we'd have to do Black Space. I guess we have to do Humphrey and Black Space again, but I could probably grind through that in an afternoon. Obviously, we'd be missing all the little, like, real-world activities you get to do in the OMORI route, but those are, like, they're okay, I guess. Man, this part of the game has just aged so well. Everybody loves Slime Girls. Slime Girls was not something that that it was immediately actually out of date by the time the game released on December 25th of 2020. Oh, I forgot to mention it, but Basil's head changed into a flower in the border there. A daisy, in fact. We can't... I don't think we can go... Oh, yeah, we can. Oh, no, this is going to take us back to the middle. Okay. Waste. I just think... I mean, obviously, the Slime Girls existing in the first but But I think the tone of this is like not what this game needed at this point. Like I think Deeper Well kind of did pretty well with the tone, with like the kind of messages that you get. Whereas this is like all the stuff with the slime girls. I feel like it should have been quieter by this point, even though it's still kind of like in the headspace plot. I don't know. Maybe that's... yeah. Expand your mind, Omori. We have a puzzle to solve. Thank you, Mari. Very cool. Nice person. Get lost. Rude person. Just like Molly. No! It got me. Thumbs up. Yay, homework. We look so cute. Almost makes you wish we had a camera. We have loads of pictures of us, don't we? We have pictures of us? Where? But only when we least expect it. Something special about everyone living their own lives. You're being kind of weird. We gotta figure out the solution to these puzzles. That's right. Hero's right. I like that it just like clicks to that. This is surely worth my time. My time is not being wasted right now. Did I miss something there? I don't think this like segment's actually timed, right? Good lord. If I... Yeah. Oh, I see, I see, I see. Blue. Green. Red. White. Sprout moles grow from tofu. It's an endless and fruitless cycle, you say. I just may be able to find the cure for mortality. Hero Omori, I think you got this. Alright, so left, bottom, right. Another one. Left, bottom, right, top. I'm such a good gamer. If you haven't done this, you haven't experienced Omori. You're not a real fan. Sorry to say it. I'm just the messenger. I think you can actually fight Roboheart in the Sunny route, right? You can just go back and she'll be in one of the labs for the tests. Not that we'll be doing that or anything. Me when I see a table with 2 chairs next to it. Those stools kind of resemble the ones in the piano room that Basil and Hero put in there. It's Pancake Bunny! I am Marina's first experiment. She made me out of sand and fruit when she was just a baby. Fuchsia did a cartwheel. So that's Orange Oasis, by the way. I don't know if you caught that. The oldest area of Headspace. They got me again. Those son of a guns. Combo meal. I am Marina's second experience. It's this guy. She made me out of clay and rocks when she was just a baby. Poking is cool, but I like high fives better. Petting is cool, but I like handshakes better. Look at this freaking guy. I am Marina's third experiment. She made me out of a rubber glove when she was just a toddler. What? Who's there? Who did that? Show yourself. Notice no basil. This place is a huge mess. None of this stuff looks like witches at all. Should probably be wrapping up pretty soon, but I feel like we're so close to finishing Humphrey that I should just push through it. I once again feel like I'm missing something. Steak. Remnants of an old office. Interesting. Ah, there it is. I'm so smart. I'm a smart cookie. I'm Marina's fourth experiment. She made me out of dirty apples when she was just a child. We love whole chickens. Alright, I think up here we're getting pretty close to the big experiment. Made me out of balloons and magic when she was just a teenager. The numbers too get muddy at this point. She made me out of birds when she was just a teenager. Quack. This contributes to my abounding happiness. Shoot, I didn't hit the Humphrey. Everybody hit the Humphrey. The new dance that's loved by everybody. That's pleasant. I am Marina's 8th experiment. Probably. She made me out of moss and bean sprouts. Yeah. So, like, the first one, it feels like these guys, you see the first one, and it feels like these are, like, supposed to kind of represent Sunny making headspace. Or maybe just, like, headspace loops in general. I don't know. I personally think that it doesn't really work that well after the first one. Oh, did you guys see that? That was Stranger OMORI. Oh, everybody's favorite scene here. It's a flower crown. All the flowers are bruised up. Looks kind of familiar. I wonder who this belongs to. That was kind of messed up as Kel to do that. Is it because he's homophobic? Get a load of this guy. Alright, this is a pretty interesting room. Youch. The items that you can get in this room. If you don't collect these items during this chase, you lose your opportunity to collect them. Stupid skill message. But you saw that, right? You get a heartstring. You got a heartstring and a blender. You know what you use blenders for, right? That's right. Gay. It's him, Big Molio. His duty has been fulfilled. Also, that experiment, I think 667. Did I hallucinate that? That thing is called oh, was it not? I guess I didn't fight it. Hello. I'm 10 times, no, 100 times more beautiful. % of a friend's juice. That's so great. 20 hours, by the way. Gosh, I am so ready to not have to listen to this song for a hot minute. But followers of science, it's a common mistake, I'm afraid. Dark. $1,000,000 clams. Oh, I forgot to check the actual blender item. Turn you into chum. Oh, I had to fight Humphrey after this. Maybe I shouldn't have used all my coffee. Honestly, I keep forgetting that I have basically nothing left to use all these items on after this. Unless... I don't know. We'll see. Aubrey, no! It's time. Oh, hold on. If I... Lest we forget... A hero, no! Yeah, I probably should have saved some of that coffee, but I think it'll probably be fine. Alright, Humphrey. Does Humphrey reset its stats when it changes? I guess there's an easy way to find that out. Looks like it does. Do we want to do the like strangers flower meetings tonight, or do we want to save that to be the first thing we do next time? Okay. Hey, OMORI, is it getting stuffy in here? By the way, Humphrey speaks in rhymes because Humphrey is a picture book in the real world. In case you were unaware. It's pointless to swarm. Give up, my friend. I'm afraid this cycle will never end. How many times must we repeat this? I mean, there's some interesting stuff being said here, but I'm kind of sleepy right now. Sorry, Yomogat. We do be looping dialogue now, though. I think this gets it. Yeah. Are we looking for something? Didn't Hero mention this before, too? We were just following Sweetheart, but... It's W like whale. You guys seeing that? All right, we'll end off on the map of truth here, and then we'll say goodnight for the night, and then we'll probably come back at some point during the weekend and go from there. Do you see that scary Sunny there? Um, I still don't think we'll do Orange Oasis, but I'm wondering about how much time is left in this. Um, Real world, I seem to remember one day left going by really quickly. Like, there's not as many quests to do, and the stuff with the friends goes by really fast. But we still have Black Space and the Truth segment, and then the Basil fight, and then Memory Lane. So I guess maybe one or two more sessions probably will do it. Each time your adventures may be disparate, but as your journey nears its end, it will always lead you back here. The truth. The truth is always the same. The path to the truth was once here, but it has been removed. It was moved to a lighthouse and a pier, then to a library banished deep underground. That's right, we are going to do recycultists. To an old barn on a distant planet. And, this time, it will be in the heart of a vast forest. No matter how many times the path is concealed, the flower boy will always find it. And your dear sister Mari, she will always guide you to it. Even as hollow shells, they will continue to evolve, and each time they will grow wings and fly too close to the sun. Get it? Because his name's Sunny. It is their nature. They are the only ones who know, and one has carried it with her to her grave. Death may be no danger here, but the memories of them do not fade so easily. Many times your friends have met with an unfortunate fate. Although they are revived time and again, the most haunting stay in this world, even if only their bones remain. The long-lost ones sink here, to the bottom of the deep well, and become nothing. You have forsaken them, yet they still yearn for your care. Their souls know nothing but how to scream for help. Do you take pity on them? See, it's like, okay, I don't really care about the headspace, friends. Sorry. Your dear sister Mari with a bad knee. You could not bear for her to die again, so she was given the safety of a picnic blanket. Yet it is in her nature to leave and to protect. And when she does, she will leave you again and be born anew, with the undying soul that you have cursed her with. So this is also, this line can be taken to mean that it wasn't Spirit Mari, right? That Spirit Mari wasn't a real ghost. That what it's referring to is that the Mari that we see on the picnic basket is always going to evolve to the point where she becomes almost Sunny's perception of what the real Mari would be like as a ghost. If you wanted to take it that way. I don't know how it played the piano, though. Maybe Sunny did that. Or how it will play the piano, rather. The souls assigned to your friends. They are fragile and must be protected, and so they must remain asleep. Yet, the path to the truth is closer to your most precious room than ever before. Will you be able to bury it this time? Perhaps it is too late for you. Again, you could kind of take that to mean that, in a way, the souls of these three of all the friends, are being taken directly from the real world, and in a way, these are the souls of the real friends. But if you take Headspace to be a paranormal, who's to say the rest of your friends aren't like a dream versions of themselves? Headspace is convoluted. Like, that's the thing. You know of the keys to the other realm. They are different each time. but they will unlock the same door. The end of this journey will lead to suffering, but if you do not face this, you cannot continue. This form, though it has not shown its true self, is evil. You will not see that unless you fight it. When your intentions become hazy, they will transpire into this world like a thick fog. You will know when it happens. It has already happened before. At that time, return to where the truth was reborn, to the heart of the forest. And like each time before it, attempt to rewrite your fate. Will you be doomed to repeat this cycle over and over, or will you break it? Explore this world while you can, dreamer, until there is nothing left. So we're missing C and S. Which, C, that's Kite Kid. Within a live shell. I forgot about that. Yeah, I know C... We do have to get those, right? Like, we can't go into Black Space until we have Welcome to Black Space. Within a live shell. Alright, well, let's save. Yeah, so the form being evil, so it's talking about OMORI right there, right? OMORI is something born out of, Hey there. Thank you. I mean, we're unfortunately wrapping up right now, but welcome to the stream. Yeah, OMORI being evil, I mean... Is it wrong for Sunny's subconscious that... So the thing is, Sunny doesn't know the truth, right? But knows that the truth is important for saving Basil. I think from the context, it makes sense to refer to OMORI as evil, even though that is not entirely the point. Granted, I think yeah. I mean, I think that is a perception that makes sense. Like, OMORI is doing its job, and it's just that its job is, as you approach the end of the game, runs contrary to Sunny's goals. And I think a lot of OMORI standing as an obstacle to Sunny isn't even necessarily just OMORI being evil as much as it is OMORI... that being a fight that has to happen. Granted, the end result of OMORI winning that fight is Sunny's death. So, I mean, I think it is complicated, but I think it also does make sense for Sunny's subconscious to see OMORI as evil in a way. I think it's important to note that Sunny subconsciously definitely sees himself as evil, and so something that he created would also be evil from that perspective. Or at least his actions were evil. Alright, so I think So next time we do have to go. We do have to go do. We have to go get the C key. And I'm sure by the time we play next, I will remember where the S key is. In a live shell. Live shell. What do we got going on next time, though? After we do that, we will do Stranger's Flower Meetings, which is always a treat to go through. We are going to do all of Black Space. Not Black Space 2, but we are going to do all of the rooms, even past the first 6 that are required. Because I find those to be some of the most interesting things to talk about when it comes to Omori. And then I guess we'll do Real World, One Day Left, try to do Recycultist. But I don't know, I mean, I feel like almost at that point, we've like how long, I really don't think the truth sequence, like I feel like truth sequence, memory lane, basal fight, or truth sequence, basal fight, memory lane takes maybe 2 hours, right? Like I feel like, do we do Orange Oasis? I don't want to have one stream that ends up being like super short. Yeah, that's the thing, is there's nothing for me to really talk about. I mean, there's a couple interesting things about the truth sequence, but like honestly, you do it a disservice by talking over it. Maybe we'll... The problem is I can't choose to go back to Orange Oasis after doing Black Space. I have to decide to do that first. Maybe we do Orange Oasis, then Black Space, and then we can do Real World, One Day Left, and finish the game from there. There aren't, but Ready Steady Goes a Bop. And there are some interesting things there. Orange Joe's interesting. The way he is trying to find his brother is a clear parallel to Kel trying to reach out to Sonny in the days leading up to his move, the weeks leading up to his move, rather. But, I mean, I guess I just explained the meaning of that side quest, so I guess we wouldn't have much to talk about when I get there. Man, it's tough because I'm worried. I've undershot how long certain things would take several times in this playthrough, and I've ended up going way longer, like just streaming way longer than I intended. And so I'm concerned that I'm doing that again right now and I'd just be dragging us through Orange Oasis. I guess we do have to get the 2 keys still. Does getting the C key require you fight Kite Kid? Or do you just get it by going up there? Okay. Okay. There's like 16 Black Space rooms, but each of them are like 6 lines of dialogue. But I'll probably want to talk quite a bit about, especially some of them. Okay. Black Space, I think, is actually going to take us a while. And it's also like the thing that I, like outside of like the cooking stuff, it's the things, like most of my analysis has centered around Black Space. And I think I have the most to talk about, especially with like the spider room and the and of course daisies. No, we're not going to do Orange Oasis. I think, well, yeah, maybe we will. Ending in another stream. Yeah, okay, 1 day left. Orange Oasis Black Space stream. 1 day left, ending in another stream. So Orange Oasis Black Space potentially after I get off work Saturday. And then maybe another Sunday night stream to finish everything else out. And if the last stream ends early, like I said, there's so much other stuff that could be talked about with Omori, right? Like I said, there is actually something interesting about the calendar art that I wanted to go over at some point. Though I would have to switch over to my PC for streaming that rather than my Switch. I guess we could just... Yeah, the truth photo captions too. Those are interesting because actually somebody told me this a long time ago, but like the reason they were removed was there's like one of them... One of them is like from the wrong perspective or something. There's like an error in one of them. So that could be interesting. Yeah, you know what? We'll do 2 more streams. We'll do Orange Oasis. We'll do Black Space. Then last stream, we'll do, I think, Real World, Truth Sequence, Basil Fight, Memory Lane is a pretty high note to end on. And then if we have time after, I can just talk about other stuff about Omori, as well as my thoughts overall about Omori. And then, maybe in the future I'll stream something else. Like I said, it'd be kind of cool to stream XD Gale of Darkness. I've never played it before. Even though I have a XD Gale of Darkness skin on my GameCube. Pokopia, I heard, is pretty good too. I don't know. We'll see. Good night, everybody. Thank you for coming out here tonight. I'm glad that we had somebody who came out right at the very end here to provide some analysis on Omori. But yeah, good night.